I don't need to do anything there. I need to hit that.
I'm so proud.
Hello there.
Good morning, Kyle. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I can hear you great. I'm so proud.
I am so happy.
I am too. They got you all fixed in.
They do. I have a new, let's see, I believe it's called a Logitech camera.
Oh,
How about that? So
well, whatever that means, it works.
whatever that means, exactly. Hey, Barry,
Good. Okay, so
Hey, Kyle. Good to
how
see you,
are you?
man.
I'm good.
Good.
you can, if you drink coffee, you can join Barry and I. That's what we're doing, just hanging
Yeah.
out.
Okay, I've got Reagan coming in here in just a little bit. So
Oh, good.
yeah, so
Okay.
follow
Well,
up there a little bit. Okay,
thanks for checking in.
thank you. Bye.
Bye. Oh, I'm trying to find oh, there it is. Go ahead. Wasn't that good? Oh, I'm so sad to hear that.
Call to order. Welcome to our May virtual board meeting. We have had brief special telephone conferences before, but this is the first time for us using video conferencing. Regents and others are connected via the internet to be able to participate in our meeting. The meeting is also being streamed live for the viewing public. Each of you online was sent instructions of what to do if you have technical challenges during the meeting. Well, I just had some trying to get on, so maybe the rest of y'all are doing better than I am. But the instructions also covered some video conference etiquette information, including muting your microphone, except when you are speaking. I appreciate all the work everyone at MSU has done to pull us together for this meeting, and I give a special shout out to Debbie for all her hard work on this. It's been exceptional. Debbie, please call the roll of the regents to confirm a quorum and then identify the other individuals who are connected via video conferencing.
So first I'll call the roll of the regents. Regent Ayers,
Here.
Regent Burks. Yeah, I see you. Regent Fideli,
Here.
Regent Hessing,
Here.
Regent Marks,
Here.
Regent Okeke. Yes. Regent Pang,
Here.
Regent Sweat,
Here.
Student Regent Wolf,
Here.
and then also on our Chairman Krosno, we do have a quorum. Also on our web conference today are the following: President Shipley, Provost Johnson, Vice Presidents Reisenweber, Lamb, Dietz, and Vidmar, Director of Athletics Williams, Associate Vice President for Facility Services Owen, General Counsel Maka, Chief Audit Executive Kidwell, Faculty Senate Chair Dr. Carlston, Staff Senate Chair Ms. Foster, SGA outgoing President Cuffey, and we should have soon the SGA incoming President Stogdill.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge Student Regent Andrew Wolf, as this will be his final board meeting. Andrew, you've been an outstanding student regent and have represented the student body well. Would you like to say a few words about your experience as a student regent this year?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Krosno. I just want to thank every one of y'all. It's been fantastic to not only get to know y'all, but have a better chance to serve the university as a whole. And I look forward to where I will go next. So thank you. Right now, my plan is to graduate next May, spring 21, with my bachelor's of science in chemistry and biology, and then hopefully go off to med school. So we'll see how that goes, considering the MCAT continues to be canceled, but hopefully I'll get to take it this summer and apply, and we'll see where that goes.
Thank you for your service. We wish you well as you finish your degree next year at MSU. We provide an opportunity for public comment concerning agenda items at the beginning of each meeting. As most of you are aware, in February, the board asked President Shipley to begin conversations with the campus, community, and alumni regarding the invitation we received for MSU to become a member of the Texas Tech University system. 4 campus conversations and 2 community conversations were held in February, and individual meetings were held with some of our donors and other campus groups. At each of these meetings, it was announced that we would have an extended public comment period at the May board meeting for individuals to express their opinion regarding this possible affiliation. Since we are meeting virtually, the university established a dedicated email address for individuals to provide comments. These comments will now be read into the record by Ms. Barra.
Thank you, Chairman. We received 8 comments via the public comment email, and I'll read them to you now. The first one is from Professor David Carlston. It reads, prior to the COVID pandemic, I felt very positively about MSU Texas joining the TTU system. At that time, I was very excited regarding the potential merger. In no particular order, I was especially excited for the potential 1, enrollment growth from extended brand recognition, 2, ability to utilize system staff to supplement the existing infrastructure, 3, opportunities for students to apply to TTU graduate programs, 4, extended lobbying power available to the institution, 5, to provide a unique niche of liberal arts education within the TTU system, and 6, the ability to gain insight into process efficiencies and best practices, minimizing our dependence on expensive outside consultants. MSU Texas is often referred to as the best kept secret in higher ed. Moreover, the university, for multiple reasons, often appears to be provincial, a quaint small-town university with a pretty campus. This merger is the means to change that narrative. I'm even more in favor of the merger given today's pandemic. Higher ed will not be the same post-COVID-19. The above-mentioned benefits will become even more important. Moreover, the ability to have a partner, ally, to navigate the coming changes is essential to the survival of the institution. I applaud the board's courage to consider pursuing this significant endeavor. I strongly support the proposed joining of MSU Texas with the TTU system. Sincerely. The next is from Bradley Wilson, faculty member in mass communication. First of all, know that I strongly support becoming a part of the Texas Tech system. This is a win-win for the students. It's a win for the staff, and it's a win for the faculty. Indeed, I wish it had happened years ago. That said, I do remain concerned about the loss of the faculty voice in the decision-making at the highest levels. We have worked hard to increase shared governance in the last few years and have made good strides. I'd like to know what steps the current board members hope to take as part of the memo of understanding between MSU Texas and the Texas Tech Board to ensure that faculty have input as stakeholders in almost every decision the Texas Tech Board will make. Finally, I hope the MOU will include regular meetings of the Texas Tech Board here in Wichita Falls. The board members could meet twice in Lubbock, once in El Paso, once in San Angelo, and once in Wichita Falls for their 5 meetings each year that they have scheduled. This next is from Professor Nathan Yun. I'm sorry, that's Jun. Good morning. As a member of the faculty who has served the university for nearly 12 years, I wish to express my absolute unequivocal support for the proposal to join the Texas Tech system. I applaud both the administration and the board for taking such a bold and decisive step to secure the future of the institution. At the same time, I would respectfully urge this body to give serious consideration to renaming the university in conjunction with said proposal. My reasons for doing so are twofold. First, it is no secret that many of our stakeholders regard the university's current name as a liability. Quite apart from the fact that it is puzzling, especially to people from outside Wichita Falls and the surrounding region, there is a great deal of evidence to suggest it is undermining efforts to increase enrollment and raise our institutional visibility, both inside and outside Texas. Although I understand and appreciate the importance of honoring tradition, the costs of doing so in this case are almost certainly outweighed by the costs. Renaming ourselves Texas Tech University, Wichita Falls, or something similar, would bring with it an instant prestige of the Tech brand, elevating our public profile and enhance perceptions of the value of earning a diploma under our auspices. At the risk of stating the obvious, this would be a huge boon to marketing, promotion, and recruitment, among other things. Second, and more philosophically, joining the TTU system provides MSU with a long overdue opportunity to reinvent itself. to undertake a fresh start, as it were. Though eminently understandable, sentimental attachment to our current name and the past more generally exemplifies that what is arguably one of our greatest weaknesses, timidity and indecision in the face of change. I contend that changing our name would signal a clear commitment to the future and a willingness to embrace the bold and exciting prospects that lay in store for us as a member of the TTU family. I freely admit that my view of this issue may not be representative of MSU's various constituencies and have no misgivings about deferring to the will of the majority. That said, I can anecdotally attest to the fact that large numbers of students and faculty, especially younger faculty who came to us from outside Texas, are strongly in favor of what I am proposing. I've now reached about the 2-minute limit. He does go on to compliment the administration on how they have reacted to the COVID crisis, and I will provide the additional comments to the board. Our next is from Professor Michael Vandehey. Greetings. It is my opinion that a name change, including Texas Tech, would attract more students over the long run. If we join this system, I hope we will seriously consider a name change to indicate our membership. The next is from Professor Beth Valet from Radiologic Sciences. And I'm sorry, Michael Vandehey is from psychology, I should have mentioned. From Dr. Valet. I have thought long and hard about this, and I cannot find any reason not to join with Texas Tech. As you have assured us, we will maintain the identity of MSU Texas and the integrity of programs and faculty. I feel that the information provided me as a faculty and community member has been truthful and in-depth enough to garner my support. The transparency with which Dr. Shipley and Dr. Johnston have approached this, along with access to San Angelo State administration, faculty, and staff, has been outstanding. I trust you, as the Board of Regents, will make the decision on our behalf, will make the best decision on our behalf. Thank you for your diligence and care in this complicated matter. The next is from Morgan Page, Assistant Professor of Graphic Design. Hello, I have reached out to several faculty in the art department at Angelo State, inquiring as to the advantages and challenges of joining the Texas Tech University system. 3 faculty have replied to me, and all of them have had positive remarks. They have mentioned that they can only speak to changes in their own department, but that joining the TTU system has provided added support for travel monies and scholarships, as well as considerably improved their recruitment and retention efforts. Thank you. This next one is from Linda Powers, an alum from the class of 1968. She writes, recently I listened to the program recorded April 30th, which was the town hall that was hosted by Chair Krosno and Vice Chair Marks. Positives were covered, but not negatives or probable negatives. Potential and possible negatives were not. The negatives are probably more important to understand than the positives in making a responsible decision. Has a thorough study been done in that regard on each point of the proposal, and in general with an overall view, keeping in mind boards changed and what is promised today may not be the reality tomorrow? If not, when will a thorough study be done? Please discuss today and then provide a comprehensive list of the negative possibilities as soon as possible. Our last is from Teresa Pontius Caves, an alum from 1987 with her bachelor's and in 1998 with her master's. MSU Texas Board of Regents and Dr. Suzanne Shipley. As a 1987 and 1998 graduate of Midwestern State University, I would like to offer my support of the Texas Tech's invitation to MSU Texas to join its system. I encourage the Board of Regents to strongly consider this invitation. First and foremost, I believe it would benefit the students with an enhanced brand of their graduating university. Second, I believe being part of a larger college system in the state of Texas would offer more robust funding, lobbying position for MSU Texas. Respectfully submitted. And those are the public comments.
Thank you. We will discuss this matter later in the meeting. Our first item is 20-67, the approval of the minutes of our regular February board meeting and our special April board meeting. Are there any additions or corrections? If not, they will stand approved as presented. We will now move on to committee-related matters. Regent Marks, please present the enrollment management, academic, and student affairs matters.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairman Crosno. Our first item is 20-68, faculty report. Dr. David Carlston, Faculty Senate Chairman, will present the faculty report.
Well, good morning. I appreciate the opportunity to be here virtually. I'm glad that I've had some time to do virtual meetings and realize I don't have a good side, so it doesn't really matter what angle I face the camera. I wanted to provide a little bit of comments in terms of three major areas from the Faculty Senate side of things. Certainly, we'll address the overall faculty sentiment as best we understand regarding the merger with Tech. But before doing that, I do want to address two other areas. Certainly, the transition to online teaching has been a difficult kind of transition for a number of faculty. We all are dealing with it in our personal lives, right? Obviously, today's meeting is an example of that. I think that one of the things that is important to recognize and understand from a faculty perspective, the public narrative regarding higher ed is that there's a simple decision to either deliver the content online or to do it in face-to-face, but those are two very different endeavors with very different pedagogy and very different demands and opportunities. So it was a very difficult process for the faculty to make that transition. I think the national dialogue kind of diminishes that. I know our faculty who teach online and have invested their entire careers in learning how to teach in that particular medium, we feel that their unique training and contributions were somewhat minimized, and those of us who are attempting to deliver our courses online and doing the best we can with that sometimes feel maybe that transition and the learning curve may not have been very well represented again in the national dialogue. We, as a faculty, we really appreciate the administration's responsiveness. Initially, there were a number of decisions that were made. Faculty early on felt that maybe their voice had been kind of left out. The administration immediately included faculty representation on the incident management team, on the transition task force, involved faculty in terms of decision making regarding course evaluations, regarding the impact of this COVID transition in terms of tenure and promotion. The administration is discussing and looking at rolling out a summer workshop for faculty to help develop some skills and pedagogical training for online education in the event that we have to revert back or roll back to online education. Also, there's a recognition that if we do these summer academies or the summer training, that there would be a stipend available to faculty to reflect the time that they put into it. So in general, I think the faculty has made that transition. I know we've had some faculty on campus that didn't have internet at home or that didn't have a lot of the resources that they needed. I know that we're working to reimburse faculty and figure out some of the costs that they've accrued in order to provide the education that they're doing. So I think in general, the institution's response to this has been very strong. The second piece that I wanted to talk about was the administration responded very well and openly, and I think kind of related to this COVID crisis, the necessity becomes very apparent. But one of the things that we've been working on is trying to make a lot of our processes electronic. We have a lot of papers on this campus that have to go through a lot of people before they eventually, hopefully, end up somewhere. And so the administration, led by the provost, the CFO, and the VP for enrollment management, looked at a way of streamlining some of those processes and have looked at acquiring soft docs a software platform so that we can do a lot of this paperwork electronically. Certainly very appreciative of their efforts and their pursuits of this. Just to give an example, in the middle of this COVID crisis, I was asked I needed to change a grade from an incomplete. The registrar's office contacted me, which was great. Said, you need to change this grade. I said, do you have an electronic form? And they said, no, you can get one from your secretary. Just fill it out and scan it to us. Well, I mean, luckily I've been coming up to campus anyway, because that's where I have the capability of teaching online. I was able to come up and take care of the paperwork, but our secretary is not on campus. We don't have an electronic form for something that's simple. And so there are a lot of steps and a lot of pieces that would be facilitated by electronic forms, which I think ultimately is going to help our enrollment. It's going to help us to be able to advise and get our students into classes more quickly, and help them through the major process. So really appreciative of the administration in that regard. In terms of the Texas Tech merger or potential merger, in March of this year, we opened a survey up to all of the faculty members to solicit kind of their perspective on the potential merger. This was done shortly after the town halls were made available to faculty and staff. We had about 83% or 83 faculty respond to the survey. That represents about 35%, which if you from social sciences, that's a pretty decent response rate. The overwhelming majority of faculty, 86%, were in favor of pursuing the merger with Tech. The benefits that they reported were in terms of resource recognition or resources and name recognition. All right, certainly increased administrative support, access to resources, less duplication of efforts. Certainly we've had a number of areas on campus that have grown and require more growth. In terms of IT, in terms of legal, in terms of Title IX, just to name a few. And so the ability to tap into the tech resources in those areas would be very beneficial. There were some concerns that faculty expressed as well. The biggest concern floated around or revolved around the idea of lost identity. Certainly, some of the public comments today reflected that. There's probably a dichotomy in terms of how strongly people would hope to incorporate the Tech name. Certainly, we want to preserve the liberal arts mission. We want to preserve our decision making. We want to be ourselves. Yet at the same time, we want to be called by something that other people recognize, right, and want to be a part of. So it's a very interesting kind of dichotomy that hopefully the board can negotiate very well. One of the areas that faculty were concerned about as well, and reflected in Dr. Wilson's comments, are the ability to maintain shared governance. Certainly that adding an external layer of supervision is going to kind of decrease our nimbleness and decrease or increase the difficulties in accomplishing shared governance. I also reached out to my counterpart at Angela State, the faculty senate chair there. We had a very good discussion. She confirmed that all of the benefits that we've been talking about in terms of economies of scale, in terms of name recognition and resource utilization through the system, she certainly supported that and said that those were entirely accurate. One of the things that she emphasized was the collective lobbying power of the system. One of her comments was that Angelo doesn't leave the legislation empty-handed, that has been their experience, that they always left the legislative session with something in hand. Now, there may be some jealousies that the tech flagships leave with more, but something is certainly better than nothing. One of the things that she did indicate, though, is that, well, positive wise, she did say that the tenure and promotion, departmental decisions, and personnel maintained, those are kept at the institution level, that the tech system doesn't interfere or kind of creep into those. She gave an example of Tech is doing a pass-fail option for their students this semester. Angelo didn't do that, opted to do something different. They were able to do something different and were supported in that by the system. She did indicate that there are some natural tensions, specifically in terms of policy. She indicated there are times where Angela will spend 6 months to a year working on a policy, developing a policy that works well for the institution or that is anticipated to work well for the institution. that policy then goes up to the system board where it may be modified or changed based upon maybe non-academic or non-local concerns. So she did say that there are some natural tensions in terms of kind of policy development, and that's where kind of more of the difficulties have appeared. There is certainly less in representation or interaction with the Board of Regents. Right now, she indicated that the current chancellor is very open to shared governance. Having been a university president, he's very open to a number of voices from the academic side, but that is very personnel dependent. The other thing that she indicated is that there is a potential for kind of hub and spoke leadership where with less access to the system board, it becomes extremely important that the higher administration and the individuals, the rest of the institution are in sync with each other and that they can share a collective voice with the board. One of the things that she suggested was to make sure that we are very diligent in terms of negotiations and that we openly and repeatedly state and express our desire for independence and our the things that are important to us as an institution. So those are kind of the general faculty sentiments, a little summary in terms of my conversation with the faculty senate chair at Angela. She did say that the tech system senates work together and that there's communication across those institutions. I did want to throw out one other kind of thought about this as we went through this whole COVID pandemic. There was a lot of email discussion from members of the Texas Council of Faculty Senate. So these are faculty senate chairs for institutions across Texas in terms of how are institutions managing things, what decisions are you making, how are those decisions being made. Again, I want to applaud the administration in terms of decision making. The faculty involvement has been very strong here at Midwestern. The other email that kind of caught my attention was a faculty member not of the tech system, of a different system, put out a call requesting advice in terms of higher ed attorneys that could represent faculty issues because they were concerned that their system would force faculty to engage in teaching or to put themselves at risk given the COVID crisis, and that faculty had no recourse. And so they were already lining up attorneys to try and protect faculty interests. I mean, certainly here at Midwestern, the institution has been very open and very supportive of individual faculty, and I was very reassured that from my counterparts' discussion that the system respected Angelo's decision making on their own campus. So I thought that was important to state as well. Certainly would be available for any questions or any thoughts. Certainly appreciate to be here.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Well, thank you, David. It was a very detailed report. We appreciate all you're doing as well as the faculty and staff. It's been certainly a crazy time to be in the university world, huh? Thank you. Our next item is 20-69, staff report. Ms. Reagan Foster, a newly required second master's degree from A&M. Staff Senate Chair will present the staff report. Reagan?
Good morning. A lot of things to echo from Dr. Carlston. Obviously, this has been an unprecedented time, and I know the staff has adjusted, just like the faculty, to make sure that we're meeting the needs of our students while continuing our mission. We are very grateful to the administration for addressing the health and safety concerns of our employees very, very early on. We appreciate the flexibility to do what needs to be done to not only take care of ourselves, but take care of our families and our children and all of the things going on, and making sure that those priorities are taken care of. IT's been wonderful, just doing whatever we can to make sure that the mission of the university and our students are still being served. We know there's a lot of uncertainty still about the future economic impact of COVID-19 and how that will affect the financial future of the university. We continue as Staff Senate to appreciate the role of shared governance that we play, and we are very grateful to be a part of those difficult conversations when they need to be had as far as in budget and things like that. So we look forward to continue to being part of the problem solving process, and we look forward to continue to help move this university along. And some of the things that Dr. Carlston talked about as far as processes, and this has really been a stressful time, no question, but it's been a time to kind of force us outside of the way that we normally do things and find new ways to serve our students and more efficient ways to serve our students. And I definitely think that staff, I know for me personally, it's been a good thing to find different ways to do things. Numerous staff have participated in the open conversations in regard to joining the tech system. The staff dialogue, they value that. They also are very encouraged and value the administration's encouragement to reach out to counterparts. I know from an athletics perspective, we spend a lot of time talking to our counterparts at other institutions, especially at Angelo State and things like that. But I know that's an opportunity that not a lot of other staff members get to do. So people were very grateful, not only for the encouragement, but the information provided to reach out to their counterparts if they chose to do that. And much like Dr. Carlston said, it would be a change. We would have to change the way that we do things, but I think it's fair to say that the benefits far outweigh any concerns that we may or have as far as name recognition and growth and things like that. So we fully support the administration and the board as we go forward in this process. We miss our students. Although I do teach 2 classes online as adjunct and have the ability to contact our students, we miss them and we miss working together, and we look forward to the fall where we can all hopefully be back on campus together. The staff remains committed to serving our students and the mission of this institution as effectively as we can. So any questions or concerns? Okay, thank you.
Good job, Reagan. Thank you. Good report. Item 20-70, Student Government Report. Outgoing SGA President Cordell Cuffey's report is in the board book, beginning on page 19. She will review the highlights and then introduce the newly elected SGA President.
I have time flight, right? Can you guys hear me properly?
Yes, we can.
So this is my last report and I am excited to give it. It has been a very interesting semester, to say the least, and interesting academic year. And I do want to commend the administration for all of their efforts to keep students in mind during this transition, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead, as you said, as Ms. Nancy said, and I'll read the highlights of my report. The SGA in February, so we're going to start with the monthly accomplishments. In February, the SGA was busy with getting more connected with the student body and showing them the presence and impact of the SGA. And we did that through hosting a monthly booth where we disseminated information, promotions, and conversations that was regarding the SGA in the Clark Student Center. And while hosting this booth, we also had a whiteboard where we asked students to write their top concerns that the SGA could work on. In March, most of it was challenged by the rising of the COVID-19 pandemic, but before all of this occurred, we still hosted a Stand Gang Friday booth, and this is an initiative that the executive members started where we wanted students to become more, aware of their pride as a Mustang on campus. So our publicity committee chair, she started the Stand Gang Friday booths to highlight the Stand Gang Friday, and it was a great time. A lot of students got some beautiful relics that showed Stand Gang Pride on it, like a little keychain that has a Mustang on it, and it's very cute. And other things that we did in March were we were able to host 2 Senate meetings, surprisingly, that included the Texas Tech System invitations as a topic during one of our forums. Then COVID-19 happened, and which led to the extension of spring break, transition to online classes, students moving out of housing and cancellation of all student activities, and a lot of fear and uncertainty. Okay. This disruption was obviously significant. The SGA executives did their best to help answer students' questions and address misinformation. And we appreciate all of the effort, thought, and flexibility from our professors and university staff under the circumstances. The largest concerns of the student body were and continue to be those related to academics and finances, which is understandable. I, for one, know that certain efforts that the campus has been doing in terms of finances to help students has been helpful, especially the COVID-19 emergency fund that has been really helpful for students. In April, like many other organizations, the SGA evolved and moved its meetings online using Zoom. The Senate approved updates to the SGA bylaws and passed a Stop the Bleed bill from the Campus Environment Committee, addressing a need for education and supplies in the event of a traumatic bleeding incident on campus. The SGA Publicity Committee chairwoman started a weekly SGA social media newsletter as well. We also successfully selected our of the Year awards to honor some MSU employees. Further, SGA elections were conducted, and I am pleased to report we have a great group of student leaders who will represent the student body in 2020 and 2021. The names of the new executives are as follows: Shelby Storchill, who is the president. She is the currently outgoing vice president. So she already knows, all about the SG, so she will do a great job actually. Craig Laronde, who is the incoming vice president, and Brian Lang, the incoming secretary. And Brian Lang served as our public policy committee chair as well. So these people are already into the SG. Craig, he served as a senator for the SG in 2 academic years. Now, currently, the general campus climate, well, we are coming to an end of the semester, so things are kind of slowing down. We are done with our exams. The SJ executives will ask for their feedback on the proposed concept for a new SJ office suite that would be situated in the new Bridwell Activities Center and Kennedy Greek Commons. And we greatly appreciate, again, the administration's efforts in keeping the students' voices in the changes that are being made. And it is clear that our feedback and ideas were incorporated into the changes. And we are also looking forward to the completion of the Moffett Library. I know that a lot of students who have, well, when the library was open, a lot of students who went into there, they love to see the new stuff that's in the library that's currently there. So I know that when it's fully completed, it would be great for the students. And with the COVID-19 pandemic shifting all courses to an online platform, many students have expressed their concerns and difficulties, which have encompassed a range of emotions and reactions. Some include not being able to meet course deadlines due to not having the required equipment or access that they would have on campus. Professors who may seem less accommodating to students' needs, issues with reliable internet access, and a lot of other, issues. So, and there was even a student petition going around with several names to advocate that the university instills a pass and fail option, and this was not really implemented. Okay. But thankfully, these concerns are overshadowed by the fact that students are excited and looking forward to the fall 2020 semester and again having a great campus experience. Students also appreciated the decision to refund unused housing and dining funds that they could not use because of the shift during the pandemic. Further, we we can also report that the student is mostly behind and supportive of the offer to join the Texas Tech system. Regent Wolf and Vice President Lamb were present at the talks that we had about that invitation at our meetings, and I believe that they would have more information to disseminate about that if they wish to. The greatest reservation expressed seemed to pertain to how the interests of MSU Texas can be protected through any agreement, and such that the tech system board cannot abruptly change things such as the understood autonomy of our campus operations, costs, and programs. I also reached out to my counterparts at the Angelo State University about SJ operations in terms of passing bills under the tech system, and it was pleasing to receive information that suggests that their operations are similar to MSU's SJ operations. And that concludes my final report. I now wish to bring Ms. Shelby Storchill to the floor. Let her introduce herself.
Yes, hi everyone. Like Cordell said, my name's Shelby Stockdale. I'll be the new SGA president in the coming year. I'm really excited. I guess just a few things about me. I'm a triple major in political science, history, and global studies. And I will be starting my senior year, and I'm from Iowa. So that's just a little bit about myself.
And Shelby, if I may, you are also a pretty scholar, is that correct?
I am a pretty scholar. Yes, it's very exciting.
Well, Shelby, it sounds like you are going to be extremely busy this next coming year, and we look forward to working with you along with your team. And so I also want to ask a little bit about Cordell. You have done an extremely amazing job, very informative. All of your reports have been concise, and we would just like to know, first of all, thank you, and then what your plans are for the future.
Well, hopefully I intend to graduate in December. You know that I'm an international student, so my stay in America is kind of, limited. I may choose to work here for some time, but I do intend to go back to my home country and implement the ideas that I have learned here in MSU, like the financial ideas that I've learned. I want to do a lot of different things in terms of finances in the Caribbean, not just in my home island, but in the Caribbean at large. Yes. I can't hear you.
Now, can you?
Yes.
We will certainly, we know that you will be a success wherever you go, and we wish you well.
Thank you so much.
Great report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 20-71, the athletics report. Mr. Williams' report is in the board book on page 21. It includes his regular athletics update as well as information regarding retention and graduation day rates and spring GPA goals for the teams. Mr. Williams, please review this information.
Good morning. Thank you, Ms. Marks. I too want to say how different and in how uncharted waters and unprecedented. We use all those unwords during these times to address where we are. Obviously, we're in a situation where in March, the Lone Star Conference as well as the NCAA made a decision to cancel all spring sports. So it's obviously that includes us. Pretty tough times. There were some tearful times, I will tell you, going forward, especially some of the seniors. We actually had an opportunity, as are in my notes, we had about 14, 16 seniors that could have come back to actually have another season. I will tell you that only 2 have opted to come back and play next year. So we're certainly going to help them on the financial end as well. But I was a little surprised, but most of these folks are going to graduate and move on. So I certainly applaud that. And so that's one of the areas that the NCAA allowed us to do with our seniors. Now, the other folks that are freshmen and sophomores, again, in my notes that say they basically get a redshirt year for those spring sports. It doesn't include basketball, by the way. It's our spring sports: golf, tennis, softball, track. And so basically, if you're a sophomore up to March, you'll be a sophomore eligibility-wise going forward. So that's another thing that the NCAA felt like that they needed to do. And so, so I applaud that. We certainly applaud that going forward. Just, again, a couple of things in the notes there that I think that are very important to think about. Again, the COVID-19 is the biggest portion of what we're dealing with right now. We are through admissions, and I appreciate Fred and his folks allowing us to reach out to all of our kids. Our coaches have done a wonderful job. I'm with them. I talk to them every week as far as any problems, any changes, anything that we can help them with. And I got to tell you, they've done a great job as far as reaching out. And with the mission of the university to reach out to every student on campus, the 5,700 or whatever it is, I applaud that. And it's great to be up here on a Saturday, which is what I've done. Take 15 or 20 names and give them a shout and see how things are going. And certainly they're appreciative of that, first of all. But secondly, as Reagan said, they want to see each other. I think it's interesting that the phone is such a big part of their life, and I believe they would throw the phone away if they could see the whites of their folks and peers and teammates' eyes. So I'm very hopeful and very optimistic about getting all our 330 some athletes back, and certainly those that are coming in as freshmen needed to be reassured as well. And so all our coaches are doing that. And again, we've done a wonderful job, I think, in making that work. One other thing, just from the notes, is that we're really proud of is the fact that our conference recognizes one of our great coaches in Noel Johnson. They are that they feel very highly. They came to me about this actually, and one of the coaches did and said, "Hey, would you think about this?" Certainly, there wasn't any thinking about it. Certainly, so I'm very proud of that. She continues to fight and with her illness, and we're just thankful for a Lone Star Conference that allows her to reach out with her peers, and are now the coach of the year is going to be the Noel Johnson Coach of the Year. So I'm very proud of that as well. You have before you the 1-year retention rates that we provided to you. Those are starting with the fall 2015. Those, of course, those retention rates are, as it says, are calculated by removing those undergraduates who received their bachelor's degree and calculating the percent of remaining graduates who returned after 1 year. You see what we've done. The men's sports, the women's sports, which we have 5 men's sports and 8 women's sports, just FYI there. And you can see from 2015 year to year what percentage on the retention side that we've been able to bring back. Again, a lot of things go into retention. Whether it's something at home that they've got to go home for, maybe it's hopefully not a grade situation, or maybe it's they want more playing time. So that's certainly one of those situations that we deal with. But as you can see, I think we've done a pretty decent job. From 15 to 16 now, I will tell you, I'm not sure exactly what happened there. And the women actually took a downward flight too. I do know that, a couple of sports have kind of made that drop, and we're certainly working on those. Men's football had a rate of 10% retention drop, and so we're working on that, and men's basketball did as well. And so, and the other part of that, when you don't have many people on your team, for instance, golf had 1 or actually 2 guys leave. Well, that's 25% of his team. And so when that happens, that certainly affects your retention rates as well. So I'd like to think back in 16, 17, when we brought back or we implemented our tutors, through TASP, and Dr. Garrison and Dr. Johnston allowed us to have more tutors during that time. It was just kind of an interesting year. I'd like to think that we feel that need. Those kids, we try to do a wonderful job making sure that they know that we want them here. The community involvement, the fact that we're over 3,000 hours, now probably not this year based on where we were in the spring, but of community service is extremely good. We take that very seriously. So that retention is part of being part of a team. And we feel like that we've got a great job with that going forward. So I think that from that perspective, the retention rates are okay. We need to do better. My goal would be to be between 75 and 80%. As you see, the women have done a wonderful job with that already. And so we need to work on the men's side a little bit here going forward. Grad rates, if you will go to that, if you will. The university, as you know, does 6-year graduation rates. The NCAA also does 6-year graduation rates. Matter of fact, we have a June deadline for the last 6 years that Cassie and Kurt Portman are working on as we speak. We need to do a little bit better job in some areas, and that's just being upfront. And again, not knowing exactly what went on in 2010, as you recall, as you see there. If there's a freshman in fall of 2010, you have 6 years, is what the NCAA gives you to graduate. And so obviously that's from a university perspective as well. And so we need to do a better job in some areas, men's sports especially. And again, primarily that's a couple of sports that we're working on, and we'll continue to work on them going forward. So it's one of those things where at the same time, I do think that part of our implementation of the tutoring and study hall and all of those things, it's going to pay off. We have a lot of first-gen kids, as we all know, and we certainly want them to have an opportunity, but we don't want to set them up for failure either. So I would just, I would just tell you that we're working on everybody that comes in here. We want to make sure that that they have a chance to win. I take winning very seriously. I take it personal, not only on the court or the field, but certainly in the classroom. And I would just continue to tell you that we're going to be better in some areas. And as you can see, the women's have done a great job going forward, and then we compare it to just the general student there as well. So that's the graduation rates going forward. You also have in front of you our goals for the spring. Now, again, there's been a little bit of a difference in this spring and trying to make sure that we get to these goals. I don't know what they're going to look like at this point. I can tell you that, again, that our folks seem to be doing okay with the online classes. Time will tell. Obviously, we're in a final week this week, so we will know fairly quickly how well we've done or not done. So again, you have those goals. We will continue to have those goals going into the fall. We will have some summer school certainly online as well. We hope to be okay there, and then certainly look for the fall with the intent of being on campus is extremely exciting for us. In the meantime, we'll continue to stay on our kids and make sure that they are doing well in the classroom, as well as going to their gym if they can. Obviously, that's been a tough thing for us. We've got kids that would love to work out, but we've been closed for quite some time, as you all know. We did open up the fields for 3 hours this week in the morning. for people to come and obviously do the 4 in a group and the social distancing and all of those things. The biggest thing we have right now is the fact that gyms can be open. And so we're working with Angie and Keith about how that's going to look going forward. And because, when you think about a gym, you think about our strength conditioning and weights and barbells and all of those things. And so that's an issue. Gloves and all of those things become an issue. So we'll continue to work on that. We hope that our kids are working out, doing push-ups and set-ups, if nothing else, or running in place. I don't know what they're doing, but we certainly hope that they are doing that just from a competitive perspective. Of course, this is much bigger than a competitive perspective with this COVID-19. But again, just real quick, the NCAA is certainly meeting. President Shipley will be a part of some meetings going forward as to where we are. Our conference has 2 meetings a week in regards to what do we need to play only conference schools? Do we need to get rid of non-conference again for the economic factors of this and certainly the safety? So there's a lot of questions still to be asked or be answered going forward. You can read all the Division I guys and what their thoughts are, and they're going to play football and all of those things. And I think the NCAA is going to leave that to the conferences. It sounds to me like at this point. So we go to Quincy, Illinois, our first football game, for instance. Well, Illinois, as you all know, has been hit pretty hard. I have a call into the AD as we speak to see just what he's thinking going forward. So I just, again, there's a lot of questions in regards to that and more to come certainly going forward. So an interesting time. Again, I mean, this is interesting in itself. And but as we've talked about and some have said, we've been able to really take a good look inside. I think perspective is the word I've been using, and really what is important and really how we can streamline things going forward. The fact that we're using the Education Advisory Board and the Student Successful Collaboration Program, we're excited about because that enables us to continue to bring to our coaches and our kids, especially accountability based on travel letters that we do manually right now. Absence letters, if there's an alert that has to come from a kid, our administrators and coaches are going to know that. I certainly appreciate the university giving us an opportunity and purchasing this program to help us down the line because it's going to help us in the classroom more importantly than anywhere. So I guess that's it. If there's any questions, I'd be more than happy to try to answer.
Any questions or comments? Kyle, what do you think of what's the morale of our athletes right now?
Well, they want to be back here. No question about it. As I take 10 or 15 names on Saturdays in call and again, they love to hear from us for one thing, but secondly, they're not able to come in here with Coach Pick and lift and be able to run and get on the fields and in the gym and all of those things. So it's much like you would think, Nancy, with a college athlete, this becomes part of them certainly. And so, but I will tell you, I think as we go forward, I'm gonna really compliment our coaches here in that they're talking to these guys every week. I mean, talking to them. And there's about 300 and ladies. We have 330 athletes, and we want them all back. And certainly that's part of it. So I think they're confused, they're frustrated a little bit, but they certainly know through our coaches that the time is coming. And I'm just hoping that we can get back on campus and start our practices for the fall.
Okay, nice report. Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you.
Our next item is item 20-72, Enrollment Management Report. Vice President Deeds' report is provided in the board book beginning on page 25, and he will highlight a few topics and answer any questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. It's good to be here this morning. I think as everybody's echoed, it's been quite a change for the spring semester as everybody's jumped to a virtual session. So particularly pleased within enrollment management, how we made that pivot and how we turned everything to a virtual format in a short amount of time. Particularly want to thank faculty and staff for their patience as we've kind of jumped to an online format, and really want to thank students too. They've been very patient with us as well as we've jumped into that. They've been really resilient. So my report does start on page 25, and I want to talk about a few things and then talk a little bit about fall enrollment and summer enrollment. I think Reagan put it really well in that going to a virtual format really made us think outside the box. And so we had to do things pretty quickly that we've never done before. And within the admissions area, we are doing everything online, virtually, through information sessions and events to try and engage students. One thing we were very fortunate to do, we brought on board a program called AdmitHub in January, and that turned out to be a very good thing to do. That is basically our robot, our texting program that allows us to push out messages to students. And when I wrote the board report for this meeting, we had participated in over 9,000 conversations with students, prospective students. So we were just very fortunate that we were able to do that. And those campaigns and conversations continue. And everyone's very eager that we are going to be face-to-face in the fall. So we were encouraged by that. The registrars area, they've done a wonderful job converting to an online format as well, a virtual format. Of course, one of their biggest events every year is commencement. We originally pushed that out to August and then realized that that's probably not going to be realistic. So Darla English and AJ Lopez are working on a virtual commencement ceremony that is it'll be very good. And we're scheduled to have that pushed out June 6th. That's our time frame to have that ceremony pushed out for students. It'll be a recorded ceremony, and it will include the reading of the names, and Dr. Shipley and Dr. Johnston will still start off with their commencement information. We'll have the deans present to their college as well. And so it should be exciting. Dr. Luttrell actually did a really neat thing with the alma mater. So we're really excited about it. Again, it's kind of pushed us out of our comfort zone, but it's a unique opportunity for us to do that. A couple of things within institutional effectiveness that have really been a result of the pandemic. One was about a week after we went completely online and everybody left campus, we surveyed faculty, staff, and students about how they were doing. It was really, the intent was, how are you doing? What can we do to help? And I think we discovered a few things that we needed to do. And one thing was just communication piece, getting information out to students and faculty quicker. I think Dr. Carlston alluded to this as well. Bringing more people to the table, I think, was a result of that survey that said, let's consider this, let's update information in a timely manner. So it was really helpful. We got really good feedback from faculty, students, and staff. And those that wanted follow-up, we also followed up with them about questions that they might have. So that was initiated by institutional effectiveness. And so we're really glad that we did that. The other thing that Kyle Williams alluded to that we took on, institutional effectiveness took on, Cassie O'Brien led this, was our calling campaign. And so we identified roughly about 4,600 students from the spring semester who we wanted to call. And so we literally broke up our enrollment for the spring semester by categories and pushed those lists out to staff to call and to literally call each and every student. And it was a great project. It's quite an undertaking. Right now, we've contacted 3,800 students out of the 4,600. And so we have a few more to go, but we're well on our way. And I guess I do want to give a shout out to Dr. Shipley. She also participated in the calling and called pretty scholars to talk with them. And so this was a great project, and we've gotten really good feedback from students about they're appreciative that we're calling. I do know Kyle was calling on Saturdays because I drove by to check just to make sure, and his car was in the parking lot, so he's telling the truth there. But it's been a really good effort there, so we're pleased. We will compile all that data too at some point in summer to see how it yields. We did this for a couple of reasons. One was to make sure students were doing okay. Is there anything we could do? And then to ensure that they knew we were planning to be open in the fall, we're coming back, and we're going to be stronger than ever. So it was a great effort. Typically this year, I provide some type of enrollment forecast. Well, that's a little difficult this time of year. As everybody said, we're kind of in strange territory here, and so predicting enrollment will be a little difficult. But I do want to share a few things about where we are with fall, where we are with summer, and a little more information to where we're trending. So I'll start with summer 1 and 2. Currently, we are up in summer 1 and 2 for enrollment. For summer 1, which starts the beginning of June, we're up about 4.7% on enrollment. So that's encouraging. Summer 2, which is a July start, we're up about 2.6%. So that is encouraging. As you know, we are going to be completely online in the summer. One thing we did fairly early on in the spring semester was to put out a promotion to offer all of our online undergraduate core classes at a 25% discount. So we were moving in that direction prior to the pandemic, and that has helped with summer enrollment to get more students involved in summer classes. So summer is encouraging from that perspective. For fall enrollment right now, we are down 3%, which is not bad. Actually, that's pretty good. I've talked to several other institutions, a couple of our vendors, and we're hearing that a lot of regional publics are really at the 10, 12, 15% being down. So, and I'll send the numbers out later today to Dr. Shipley as well. Even that 3% is a little better today. So we're getting closer to being flat in the fall, which is really encouraging. One of the things we look at in enrollment is our housing numbers. And housing looks really good for the fall. Right now, between new and returning students, we're up over 6.5% in terms of housing applications for the fall. So that's a good indicator, and we're encouraged by that. But I will caution everybody, this is very fluid. We've seen some really large gaps in our enrollment as we opened up registration, and they've come down substantially. So that's really encouraging and good. So it'll be interesting to see where we fall, but we're monitoring it daily. I give reports to Dr. Shipley daily. so that she has an idea. And I think she shares those with the board so that everybody knows where we are. So that's a little bit about my report. I'm happy to take any questions if anybody has anything.
Any questions or comments?
Fred, this is Shelley. I just want to thank you for all of the efforts that you and your staff have gone to, especially during this time. And I think that you epitomize the MSU spirit of really putting students first. And I appreciate that. I also am very pleased with the enrollment projections because I think it could have been a worst case scenario. And I just kudos to all of you for staying on top of it and putting forth that extra effort.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, and I should have pointed out, Dr. Sweat, that it has really been a collective effort. So yeah, it's been across the campus. But thank you very much.
That was the exact same thing. To reach out and get a personal phone call from administrators is huge. And so, Shelley, you nailed it. I think that's very important. Thank you for doing that. Okay. This item is presented as a point of information only and no action is necessary. Good job, Fred. Item 20-73, Academic Affairs Report. Provost Johnston will provide an update on our proposed doctoral programs.
Thank you, Regent Marks. As everything else that has been affected or touched by COVID-19, a little bit of an update on where we are with our applications. We have been working with the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board all of this time, providing additional information and answering questions. I was contacted by the Assistant Commissioner, Dr. Silverman, last week. Given all of the unknowns for the coming academic year, they asked us to stagger these applications. The Doctor of Radiologic Science being the first of its kind, they wanted us to pull that one back and work with them to finish that and polish that and resubmit it in the fall and allow us to move forward with the ed leadership. They are working on a virtual site visit mid-June to allow them to vote, assuming all goes well, to vote in July. That would keep us on track with our SACS COC application and allow them to take action. So the short of it is it would allow us to potentially begin students in January in the ed leadership. We would resubmit the rad science application in the fall. We would then have data from performance and numbers in the spring. It'd be a tight timeline with SACS COC, but it's kind of what we're working with at the moment with the coordinating board. So they realize the uncertainties and the challenges with doing all of this virtually. After talking with the deans that have been working on this and with Dr. Shipley, that's what we've done. So we've pulled back and delayed the rad science one until the fall. So both will continue to move and work, but it's just staggering these to be a little more manageable in this virtual world we're in at the moment. So that's where we are with those, and be happy to answer questions about them.
Any additional questions, comments? Thank you, Dr. Johnston. This item is presented as a point of information only and no action is necessary. Item 20-74, May 2020 graduating class. You can find this on page 28. The administration recommends the approval of the candidates for May graduation as presented. The list at the time of the book printing included 744 students compared to 754 in 2019. Chairman Crosno, I move approval of the list of candidates as presented.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I second. Shelley.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you. Item 20-75, addition of graduate degree program. Dr. Johnson, please review the recommendation. You can find this on page 36.
Nancy, I'm going to interrupt here. We're getting some feedback from somebody, so make sure everybody it's not talking is muted. Okay, go ahead, Nancy.
All right, again, item 20-75, addition of graduate degree program. Dr. Johnston, please review this recommendation. You can find this on page 36.
Thank you, Regent Marks. This is a new master's degree, professional studies. That's an online degree. This is in response to a number of students we find today that have a bachelor's degree from a range of disciplines that find their careers taking them in maybe a unique or a different path. And they want a graduate degree that complements that career path. So this master's is to address that. It gives them the analytical communication research skills that they want, but the flexibility of tailoring that to their current professional path. This would roughly equate to what we do with the Bachelor's of Applied Arts and Sciences at the undergraduate level. Again, just allowing flexibility and experience with these graduates. And it's has certainly early interest. So with approval, I think we'll see good enrollment and uptake on this program. And happy to answer any questions about it.
Any questions? This item is presented as a point of information only and no action is necessary. Item 20-74. Oh, let's see. Wait. I'm sorry, that's so not right. Chairman Crosno, I move approval of this new degree program as presented.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Shelley, I second.
All in favor? Any opposed? The motion carries.
Our next item is 20-76, addition of academic minor in the Thane College of Fine Arts. Dr. Johnson, please review this recommended new minor.
Thank you, Regent Marks. This is one of the categories we consider a signature minor. It's intended to be applicable to a wide range of baccalaureate degrees. I think this world we find ourselves in now only underscores the intent of this. It's to provide the multimedia production skills to promote, for example, a new business if we have a business major that either in print or electronic media. So it's giving the skills to use electronic media, print media, music to, again, to promote whatever endeavor the student may find themselves. So again, it's a collaboration in the Thane College of Fine Arts, but intended to have wide application to majors across campus.
Any questions, discussion, or comments? Chairman Crosno, I move approval of this new academic minor as presented.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second, Warren Ayers.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you, Dr. Johnston. Item 20-77, Wichita Falls Museum of Art at MSU, ratification of artwork accessions. The museum director and curator, as well as the museum advisory board, have approved the accession of the artwork shown in the board book. I believe you can find it beginning on page 38. This will be included to the museum's permanent collection. Hopefully you had time to review this collection before today. Chairman Crosno, I move the Board of Regents ratify this action as recommended by the administration.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Come on, folks.
A second,
Warren,
Mrs.
second.
Tony.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you. Items 20-78 and 20-79, faculty emeritus status and faculty promotion and tenure. These items will be discussed in closed session later today. However, if any board members have questions about the process for emeritus status, tenure, or promotion, now would be the time to ask Provost Johnson those process-only questions. All right, Chairman Crosno, that concludes the enrollment, management, academic, and student affairs items.
Thank you, Regent Marks. We will now move to the finance and facility matters. Regent Ayers.
Oh, Kevin, I have had a request that we take a 5-minute break. I don't know if you all want to do that or just take your break on your own, but if we can do that, we will stop the webcam and then we will just take a break if that's okay with the rest of you.
Anybody have any objections to that? Okay, let's do it.
All right.
Would you like to move forward with the finance and facility matters?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Item 20-80, summaries of financial support and campaign update. Before Vice President Vidmar reviews these reports, I would like to highlight some special giving that has occurred. 3 giving opportunities are in place to assist MSU Texas students with needs as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. These funds are COVID-19 Student Emergency Fund, the Mustang Pantry, and the Canaan Food Security Program. Here are highlights of selected gifts given to the university for these student assistance funds. Between March the 1st and April the 30th, MSU faculty and staff contributed $5,344 to these funds. The COVID-19 Fund, 26 gifts totaling $3,774. The Mustang's Pantry, 37 gifts totaling $1,070. The Canaan Food Security Program, 6 gifts totaling $500. Texoma's Gatari Cultural Society, a nonprofit serving North Texas and Southern Oklahoma, are first-time donors to the MSU Texas and gave $7,014 to the COVID-19 Student Emergency Fund. As new donors, their gift was matched by the Lang Gwynn Challenge for a total gift of $14,028. Mr. Ken Bonlow generously contributed $3,750 to these funds, with $750 going to the Mustang Pantry, $500 for the Canaan Food Security Program, and $2,500 to the COVID-19 Student Emergency Fund. The Wichita Falls Professional Firefighters gave $1,000 to the COVID-19 Student Emergency Fund, and the gift was matched by the Lang Gwynn Challenge, since they have not given since 2004. Ms. Sue Harrington, a former student and current member of the Lifelong Learning Center, also contributed $1,000 to the COVID-19 Student Emergency Fund. We have also received contributions from Brenda Hall, a 2014 respiratory therapy graduate, and Jamie Gladstone, a 2017 radiologic science graduate. Both of these alums gave to the Canaan Food Security Program. Through the generosity of Mr. and Ms. Pat Canaan, donations to this fund are matched dollar for dollar up to $100,000. The support from our community, faculty, staff, alumni, foundations, and friends continues to be outstanding, and the generosity during this difficult time are so many deeply appreciated. Mr. Vidmar, please give your reports.
Thank you, Chairman Ayers. And it's exciting to see the generous response to the Student Assistance Fund. Dr. Shipley will share a little bit more along the lines of the quantitative details of that at the end of my report. If you're looking at page 43, please, of your board book, we'll look first at the comprehensive campaign, new gifts and commitments. And you can look there and see that we've made steady progress in the 3 areas of our pillars of our campaign: enriching lives, enhancing teaching and learning, and investing in our campus and community. Through May 31st, 2020, I'm proud to share that we have seen $62,775,859 towards the campaign. And that's been very encouraging. That represents about 125.56% of the goal. You will remember that Dr. Shipley and I talked about, as we move into the latter stages of the Boundless Opportunities campaign, that we would be looking at sustainability, new donor acquisition, data and infrastructure and engagement. And that is essentially, what we've been doing. In some ways, not although we expected it, COVID has allowed us to accelerate the process of those areas of what we call our latter stages of our campaign. Turning to page 44, let's look at our goals as related to the fiscal year goal of $9 million for 19 and 20. Currently, through again March 31st, we have seen in new gifts and commitments for this fiscal year 9.742 million. That's a strong, approach, and we're seeing about 108% of the goal. So we're over goal on that one. I'd call your attention too, if you look at on page 44 at the top there on the pledges, it's encouraging to see something that's anecdotal, but it's significant. Every month has pledges, and that's something that you want to see in a maturing campaign as well. I'll call your attention to the page 45 now. Two more reports we'll briefly look at. These we call our pipeline reports, and these look at kind of the base of our pyramid. What are we doing to grow that sustainability in our campaign? The cumulative numbers of donors monthly year to date, you can see we're at 76.6% of a goal. We have seen 2,329 donors through the end of March, and that is towards the goal of 3,042. Again, almost 77%. Next page is page 46 of your board book. Looking at the number of gifts, this has been surprisingly strong, and I think a lot of reasons we could see that is if you look at February, particularly if you look at the histogram chart, you'll see a very, very strong February, exceeding all 3 previous years considerably, and also not too bad in March considering we had a catastrophic event come in there. We quickly have seen as we gathered our strategy and skills and moved towards letting people know the need, that people responded, including our faculty and staff, which I'm proud to report. Now we sit at over 54%. We finished last year at 51.4%, and we're already exceeded that. I'd like to also now, turn it over to Dr. Shipley, who's going to share a little bit more about her perspective on the COVID and the Student Emergency Fund's response. Dr. Shipley.
Thank you. And I think what Tony's report highlights is that if we set up systems and structures that people are willing and able to give, even enthusiastic about giving in response to a crisis, and it's been rewarding to see that we can take in gifts and hand them right out to the students. And I think we developed the foundation for that when Pat and Lulu Canan came to us and said, we're noticing that food insecurity is a real topic among students today. What can we do to help? And a lot of work went into laying that foundation of how you take a donor willing to give to something new and maximize their gift. So our ability to have the Canan gift matched by Chartwell's, our food service, and the way we implemented that through our offices so that students can anonymously be helped was a big factor in our being able to then move out and strengthen access to the MSU food pantry, the Mustang Food Pantry, and then the way we could quickly pivot and take those philosophies and start the Student Emergency Fund. So Advancement started the Student Emergency Fund the minute we began to look at online classes, and were able to do a couple of things. They sent out 30,000 emails to potential donors, not to ask for a contribution, but to make them aware of the suffering of our students and the ways that their needs were obvious. And then they followed that up with another 30,000 emails actually soliciting a contribution. And I think that's where you see the type of response that Tony is talking about. And I'm particularly proud to announce that we have now raised over $50,000 in these 2 months only for student support in this emergency. And that's across the food pantry, the Canan Food Scholarship, and the emergency fund. And it allowed us to really touch the interests of our faculty and staff. You see 10 new donors come on board in March and 10 just in the first half of April from the faculty staff campaign, tipping us over the halfway point, as Tony mentioned. Finally, we're going to roll out more on the student emergency needs through Hager Communications, doing a expanded social media solicitation. And so we're just firing on all cylinders we can to bolster the support that Beth Reisenweber is going to talk about in a minute of the CARES Act with donor funding, because the CARES Act does not help all students. Our emergency funds can help international students, online students, DACA students in ways that our federal funding is not meant to do. So I just applaud the systems that were put in place to do this. And that finishes my report. Thank you.
Tony, do you have any other comments?
No, thank you, Chairman Ayers. I appreciate it. I just want to, I think I would also mention kudos to Dr. Keith Lamb, Mr. Matt Park, on the working with the developing the criterion selection committee for the emergency fund. Thank you very much. That would conclude my report.
Thank you, Tony. We appreciate your report very much. As a reminder, the Regents have been sent a list of donors and note cards to write thank you, and I think those may be going out yet, Debbie? I think you're saying yes, but you're muted.
Yes, they will be going out today.
Okay, thank you. We hope you will write to those assigned to you and to any others you would like to include. Item 20-81, financial reports. The administration recommends acceptance of the January, February, and March financial reports. Are there any questions about any of these reports? Chairman Crosno, I move the board accept these financial reports as presented.
We have a motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Item 20-82, investment report. The administration recommends acceptance of the second quarter fiscal year 20 report. Are there any questions about these reports? Chairman Crosno, I move acceptance of these reports.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second. This is Tony.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Items 20-83, Public Funds Investment Act compliance. In compliance with the Public Funds Investment Act, Vice President Weisenweber and Controller Stovall attended required investment training, and their training certificates are presented for board approval as required. Chairman Crosno, I move approval of these required trainings as presented.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second, this is Karen.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Item 20-84. Items $50,000 or under approved for board policy. The administration recommends a ratification of the budget changes as presented in the board book. Are there any questions? Chairman Crosno, I move the board ratify this budget changes as presented.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second, Nancy.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Items 20-85, salary title position changes. The reports of personnel changes are presented for information only. An expanded position approved by the president and board chair, and the salary title and position changes are presented for ratification. Are there any questions? Chairman Crosno, I move the board ratify these changes.
Once again, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Item 20-86, campus construction update. The board book includes project status reports, a report on smaller construction projects, and photographs of current projects. Mr. Owen will provide information regarding these projects. Mr. Owen.
Thank you.
we'll start with the next page, actually 105 of your board book, that shows a rendering of the first floor of Moffett that was completed as part of the Phase 2B renovation of the library. We finished it up about 2 months ago and it opened on May 3rd for student use. Next page, please, is 106, shows the lower left the previous entrance area to Moffett with all the third set of doors, additional masonry work that's been eliminated, to the picture on the right that shows much more open space, and the only brick that's visible is really that one column. The area is much more open and updated finishes from the previous renovation. On page 107 shows on the left side, as you entered the library, to your right, back to the southwest, was the former reference area. It's been replaced with the tutoring center that's shown in the lower right, which includes a couple of classrooms, some PC stations, and a waiting area. There's furniture that was due in the middle of April that will not be here till the middle of June because of COVID. It will be in the kind of the foreground area to help fill that space. The next slide is page 108, shows the half pay window area that was completed. The left showing the chandeliers, it helps to illuminate it at night. And so the space is visible to the public, as well as on the right, the 2-story study space area. I will note that the furniture arrangement there on the right is not permanent. We just moved it out of the way, do some work elsewhere. Next, we have the facility services shops building rendering. And on the next page, 110, also shows on the right where we were about a year ago. On the left, lower left, is where we are as of a month ago. Since this picture was taken, we finished the brickwork on 3 out of the 4 sides. On the north, we're about a third of the way through it. The interior has all the walls framed up, sheetrock on them, tape embedded, utilities installed, and they're ready to start texturing the walls as well as installing, completing the installation of overhead utilities. We plan to, or this should be ready for our use by early July. Next page, 111, is the J.S. Bridwell renovation for the College of Education primarily. There are a lot of small projects within this building. Really, the only big one that's worth being able to show in photographs is the 3rd floor science lab, where we took out 4 or 5 different offices and installing lab tables and such. As you can see, the stub ups for the utilities in the middle of the room. And this project is slated to be ready by early July as well. Next, page 112 is the purchasing warehouse building. This is an interior view of the top right after we purchased it, and it looks back towards some offices to the east. The lower right view shows where some of the demolition had occurred, as well as the left side there, demolition of offices to the north. Since in the last month, all this demolition has been completed, and pretty much you can see nothing but glass if you were standing in that same position today. So we're moving along well on it and plan to be ready to occupy it in early July as well. And lastly, on page 113, IT will move into the previous location of the tutoring center in McCullough. Not a lot of changes there other than a lobby area that's going to have 6 offices added to it, and the classroom will be converted to technician offices with cubicles and adding a lot more data and power to that area. Any questions?
I actually had some comments. I just wanted to say, y'all did a fantastic job on the library. I know me, as well as other students, we're very excited to get our library fully functional and back. So I just wanted to say that y'all did a stellar job on that library.
Well, thank you. I just wish it had been available sooner for y'all.
Are there any other questions of Mr. Owen? This item is presented for information only and no action is necessary. Items 20-87, Capital Expenditure Plan, MP1 Report for fiscal year 2021-2025. Each year, the coordinating board requests an update of the university's 5-year plan for new construction, repair and rehabilitation projects, information resource projects, and property purchases. A copy of these proposed MP1 is shown on your board book. Mr. Owen, please review this item.
This is, as you said, a report the coordinating board requires us to submit every year, just so they have an idea of what we've been thinking about as potential projects. It in no way means that there is funding for it. It's basically just a wish list that they want to know we've thought through potential projects. And so we submitted it with the Bowling Science renovations and additions as the #1 project in hopes there might somehow be some PRB funds next legislative session. Maybe wishful thinking though.
Okay. Are there any additional questions for discussion? Chairman Crosno, I move approval of this capital expenditure plan report as presented.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second, this is Karen.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Items 20-88, facility shop complex budget authorization. As we have discussed this project, we as the board have discussed with the administration enhancement to the project, including the addition of brick pilasters and fencing if funding allowed. The administration has identified funds and request authorization to increase the project budget as outlined in the board book for this purpose. Are there any questions regarding this item? And Mr. Owens, identify about how many dollars we're talking about in this item.
$72,000.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Chairman Crosno, I move the board authorize this budget increase as presented.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Items 20-89, legislative appropriations request. President Shipley, please review this item with us.
So I'd just like to quickly put in context this request. It is to ask you to give us the authorization to proceed with planning for the legislative request for an exceptional item for $20 million for Bowling Hall. With the fall in oil prices and sales tax, we're not very hopeful that there will be money for exceptional items this year, but this is a real need for us academically with the health sciences building so bright and shiny and new and helpful to students, and with so many of our majors in those fields. It's disappointing for them to come over to Bowling and see some of the outmoded environment in which they study the sciences, which are the cornerstone of their study. So we are going to proceed with your approval with adding that as a request in our legislative appropriation. We do believe, though, that we'll learn more as the summer progresses. So we could be coming back to you in August and saying everyone felt it was foolhardy to have an exceptional item. I think what we're probably going to be doing in this session is fighting as hard as we can to keep our state allocation steady and have it not drop for things like HE funding and Texas grants and our appropriation for enrollment. So with that, I'll just work with Chairman Crosno as we finalize the report and report back to you in August if I can begin with this authorization today. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or discussion? Chairman Crosno, I move the board authorize the president to proceed with planning our request for the renovation of Bowling Science Hall and authorize her to work with the board chairman to determine the final submission materials as needed in the coming months.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Regent Ayers, is there anything more to present?
No, sir, there is not. I'd just like to make a comment to Dr. Reisenweber and Chris Stovall. You all have done a fantastic job trying to keep all this put together with all the changing environment that we are experiencing. So thank you very much for your hard work.
Thank you we can all
very
applaud
much.
that.
Thank you.
If Regent Ayers doesn't have anything further, we'll move on to the audit, compliance, and management matters. Regent Burks.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
The first item, 20-90, is the standards of conduct, conflict of interest, disclosure, ethics, and compliance with filing requirements. Every May, each regent, other than the student regent, is asked to confirm in writing that they have received copies of state and university ethics policies and have filed a personal financial statement with the Texas Ethics Commission as required by state law. An acknowledgement form has been emailed to each regent to sign and return to Debbie at your earliest convenience. Since the deadline for filing with the Ethics Commission was extended to July 15th of this year because of the coronavirus, Debbie won't send your reminder emails until July 16th. The next item is item 20-91, the compliance update. Mr. Stovall's update on compliance activities is in your board book, and he is available to answer any questions you may have if necessary. Are there any questions regarding Mr. Stovall's report? This item is presented as a point of information only and no action is necessary. Item 20-92, audit update. Ms. Kidwell's update is also in your board book for information. Are there any questions regarding Ms. Kidwell's update? If there are no questions, this item is presented for information only and no action is needed. Item 20-93 concerns gift management audit report. This report is in the board book and requires our acceptance. Ms. Kidwell, would you please review this audit report?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. The gift management audit that's in your board book, we actually began in early spring, late summer last year. We had to postpone further work on that audit due to the internal audit resources needed to assist the state audits office with their audit of Midwestern State. Once those resources became available, it was in the fall, which is one of the busiest times to record gifts and donations. And so we delayed resuming that until the first part of this year. So while this audit is a year in the making, it was somewhat intentional of a delay. I do want to thank Tony Vidmar and his team for being so patient with us while we had to delay it, and for the wonderful work and cooperation they provided during the audit. It was a good audit. There were no priority related findings. There were some high rated, but they are already working to address these items, and we're very, very encouraged that they'll get them done very timely. I want to also, I have one more item. There were some COVID related changes to the audit plan It even has affected the audit plan. I believe I mentioned at the February meeting, we postponed going further into the admissions audit. This audit was a controls and process audit, which is extremely challenging, if not impossible to perform well remotely. And when the issues that came up with working remotely and the social distancing, we all determined that it would be best to postpone that. So that audit more likely will be resumed next fiscal year. I have accelerated an audit. It is on the fiscal 20 audit plan. It's called the Safety and Security Audit. It is a pure compliance audit. It's required by Texas Education Code Section 51.217, and it requires higher education institutions to adopt and implement a multi-hazard emergency operation plan that addresses mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. We feel that that's timely given the work that we're doing now, and plus a pure compliance audit with a statute is very easy to do remotely. The payroll timekeeping system audit has been canceled for this year, but it will be performed next year. So I wanted to let the Regents know of the changes to the internal audit plan that they approved last August due to the remote working conditions and the COVID emergency. But that is my report, and I'll be happy to answer any questions related to the gift management audit or the changes in the audit plan.
Are there any questions or any further discussion? Chairman Crosno, I move acceptance of this audit report.
You have a motion. Is there a second?
Second, this is Karen.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Item 20-94, holiday schedule for staff employees 2020-2021. The holiday schedule for staff employees for next year is explained and presented in the board book. Are there questions regarding this proposed schedule? Chairman Crosno, I move the board approve this schedule as presented.
Once again, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second, just Warren.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Item 20-95, MSU policies and procedures manual changes. 2 policies are recommended for board approval. Mr. Maka will review these items, and Vice President Lamb is also available to answer questions as needed. Mr. Maka?
Thank you, Regent Burks. We'll start first with policy 3-160, expressive activities on campus. As the line item information there indicates, it was mandated by Senate Bill 18 passed this past legislative session. It is a much needed update to the former policy 4.148 off-campus speakers. So this is a big upgrade from the old policy. But the language, a lot of the language in this bill was mandated by the language from the legislative bill. And so when we drafted this initially, nobody else had done it. And actually, we discovered that Texas Tech was probably among the first universities in Texas to have drafted a policy and put theirs out. So ours is modeled actually after Texas Tech's policy. And, our faculty, staff, Senate, administrative council all reviewed it and approved it. Some of the significant parts of it, again, on page 133 of the board book, the language from the tech policy was helpful because it actually included reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions as far as expressive activities on campus are concerned. And so it was, it was really good information and a good basis for forming our policy. Dr. Lamb, do you have anything to add to that particular policy?
No, I really don't, Barry.
Okay.
But certainly available for questions.
That's all I have on that policy, unless there's any questions. Okay, if not, I'll move to the second policy. And that's 3-450, Drug-Free Schools and Communities Act policy. And again, as the item information with it on page 116 of the board book talks about, this is the result of an audit that was performed by Lee Kidwell and working with D. Stafford and Associates. And the recommendation for this came out of that. And the Drug-Free Schools and Communities Act is important because as part of the federal funding that MSU gets, we are required to comply with that act and to make sure that it is in play on our campus. The second page of that policy, page 139 of your board book, subsection VA, it talks about that act, and as a condition of receiving funds or any other form of financial assistance under any federal program, an institution of higher ed like us must adopt and implement a program designed to prevent the possession, use, or distribution of illicit drugs and the abuse of alcohol by student employees. And so that's what, in effect, this policy, the purpose of it is, again, to meet that compliance. So we're in federal compliance and won't harm any federal monies that we may receive. And again, this one will replace the former policy 3.316, which again is a much needed update. And that's all I have to add on that policy.
Are there any questions or any discussion necessary? Chairman Crosno, I move the board approve these policies as presented.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Item 20-96, modification of Board of Regents bylaws, board self-evaluation. As outlined in the board book, this modification is recommended to meet the Southern Association accreditation requirement that the Board of Regents formally and regularly evaluates its responsibilities and expectations. Following approval, Ms. Barrow will finalize the development of an assessment instrument that meets SAC's guidelines. Are there questions regarding this proposed addition? Then Chairman Crosno, I move the board approve the Board of Regents bylaws modifications as presented.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
This is Warren, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Regent Burks, do you have anything more to present?
We do not.
Thank you. Our next item is 20-97, the University Leadership Report. President Shipley.
Thank you, Chairman Crosno. I'd like to present a very brief recap of some of the things you've heard today and tie them together and primarily look ahead for you. In-person classes were disrupted at spring break and restarted late March as faculty and staff pivoted quickly to respond to the COVID crisis. Our spring sports were halted and seniors were given an additional year of eligibility only for those spring sports. And you may not know that students are completing this semester, this week, from homes far and wide, but about 160 students remain on campus, and those are students who had nowhere else to go. Our virtual commencement has been mentioned. It's called Experience Graduation. It will occur college by college on June 6th, and we'll be happy to share that link with you. CARES Act money of $2.2 million is in the process of being distributed to our students, and over half of our students are eligible under the federal guidelines. We've received now the additional $2.2 million in CARES funding that will reimburse our pandemic losses, primarily in room and board refunds, investments in technology, and further sanitizing of facilities. But we have several concerns about next year. We worry that the 10% of students who hail from foreign countries will not be able to return. With foreign consulates and visa offices shut down, we have no way of knowing when and how student visas might be processed. We're encouraging the international population still here to remain here if they wish to enroll in fall classes. We're also concerned about our plans to operate with less state support than is now the case, and probably a drop in philanthropic support. So we're doing everything we possibly can to provide appealing academic programs for our new and returning students so that our enrollment is strong in the face of so many challenges. We don't know yet what athletics will look like, and we're currently designing safe spaces and schedules for learning and living. Summer school will be fully online, and we will decide on what camps can be offered 3 weeks prior to their date of schedule as the state guidance becomes more public for gathering groups on campus. But we can also imagine opportunities ahead. We've seen how nimble and resilient MSU Texas faculty, staff, and students can be, and we have seen new opportunities in the virtual world, from online learning to working remotely. But most importantly, we've developed a deeper appreciation for what we mean to each other, for what it means to gather together and share our lives. We're grateful for our health, our safety, and the teamwork that has kept us and will continue to keep us strong. So ongoing efforts to communicate will not diminish. With decisions being required at lightning speed, I appreciate especially the decision of the board early in this pandemic to allow Chair Krosno to provide board approval of the few areas where we needed to move quickly to ensure stability. You can find those in your board book on page 147, and they are primarily about accepting students who could not access the testing we were requiring to enroll. We will also continue to work on shared governance. With the enhanced responsibility of the Budget Oversight Committee, we'll begin to prioritize our possible responses to various budget scenarios that could come about over the summer so that we can begin the fall with a solid plan for progress. The plans will span 3 years, fiscal year 21 through fiscal year 23, in order to position us flexibly for the funding decisions of the upcoming legislative session. With the Reopen Campus Task Force, chaired by Provost Johnston and Vice President Lamb, we'll share our talents and best practices in our various areas of expertise to safely and expeditiously reopen our campus, first in work areas, then in living spaces, and then in classrooms. I'm grateful for the support of the board through this difficult time. I'd also like to mention that we have benefited from the expertise shared by the leadership of the Texas Tech University system, who has allowed us to listen in on their phone calls, and for the many hardworking faculty and staff who made this transition as painless for our students and as effective for our university as possible. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions on this summary.
If there are no questions, thank you very much, Dr. Shipley, for this information. Our next item is 20-98, MSU governance. Let me begin the discussion of this item by reminding you of what has brought us to this point. As I mentioned earlier in the meeting, the conversation regarding the possibility of MSU joining the Texas Tech University system has been ongoing since our February board meeting and subsequent faculty and staff meetings, press conferences, and various meetings on and off campus. While the sheltering in place that began in March modified additional conversations that were anticipated, the administration and board remained engaged during the last 2 months, as we have heard from many individuals about their opinions and thoughts regarding the matter. The university had scheduled a trip for faculty, staff, and students to visit Angelo State University to talk with their counterparts when everything shut down. Since in-person meetings weren't possible, the president's office provided contact information and encouraged departments, governance groups, and individuals on campus to reach out to their counterparts at ASU through virtual meetings or telephone calls. And I think from the reports that we've heard today, those people took advantage of that. At the end of April, we held a virtual town hall and Vice Chair Marks and I answered questions from faculty, staff, and students. This town hall was live streamed and placed on the MSU board webpage. As we intended, we heard public comments at the beginning of this meeting. And we now finally have an opportunity to discuss together the input we received and to decide on our next steps. With that, I will open the floor for discussion. And before it becomes a free-for-all about who wants to say what, maybe it would be appropriate that Debbie could simply call on each board member right now to address their comments. And when everybody has had an opportunity to speak, then we'll kind of open it up for discussion between the members. Thanks, Debbie.
Sure. Well, I'll just go down the alphabet. So Warren, I know you love being an A.
Been there all my life, unfortunately.
No.
I have been listening, trying to gather data that from constituents, other alumni, et cetera. And overall, everything I have heard has been pretty much positive towards the affiliation with Texas Tech. And I think from the comments we heard today from the 8 letters that were submitted, I feel very positive that, you know, we're moving in the right direction.
Okay. Tiffany?
I don't really have anything else to add. I mean, I've had some discussions with people that I know in the community who are not opposed to it. They think it's a really good idea that we could be joining the Texas Tech system. But I'm just interested for us to talk about how, if this happens, there will be a transference, I guess, of the vision of Midwestern State and how Texas Tech will continue to try to keep some of the traditions that we already have here at the university.
Okay. Regent Fideli?
Oh, thank you, Debbie. So living here in the community, I've heard both positive and negative, mostly positive, related to the potential merger, acquisition, teaming up, whatever you want to call it. I'm excited to continue to visit with the other board members and the community members related to that. I think there are positives for sure, a few negatives, but overall, I think it's a good conversation to continue to have and just make sure that all of our constituents and all those involved with the process have the opportunity to visit. And I had scheduled that meeting, or I was going to be part of that meeting in April to go to Angelo State, but of course we weren't able to do that. And I'd still like to do that before August if possible. So, thank you.
Regent Hessing?
So like Warren and some of the others, I've had some conversations with alums and supporters. I've also talked to some tech alums and supporters. And by and large, the comments have been extremely positive, but I don't mean just positive. I mean extremely positive. Everyone I seem to talk to seems to think it's a great marriage. And in fact, both universities can leverage off the other in several different ways. As to the negatives, one of the things that you opened with was someone saying focus on the negatives. I have to say that I think that's a backwards way to look at it, frankly. I think it's very important to think about the positives. We have to understand there will be negatives. We can't anticipate what, in fact, future boards may or may not do, positively or negatively. I think we have to look at here and now and at least think forward a couple of 3 years so that we can at least be aware of those things. And I think the most obvious negative is that people might view this as we would lose our identity. And I can say, based on conversations I've had in the past with other systems, there is no question we would not lose that. And I think that it would be something that we definitely need to explore and make sure we understand. So that's all I have.
Regent Okeke. Let me make sure I've got you on. I'm having trouble hearing you now. Okay, Oku, we can't hear you at this moment. Let me see. Is your phone working? Let me see. Oh, here. We're going to go on to someone else and see what we can do. Okay, Regent Pang.
I want to echo really what all the other regents have stated so far, and I've been following social media here from the Dallas area, and I really appreciate everybody's honesty in sharing their feedback, and it has been predominantly positive, and it's been really interesting for me to hear kind of the broad spectrum of feedback, and I look forward to discussing further with everyone.
Oku, can we try again?
Yeah, I think I got it.
Got it.
Okay, yeah, I agree with what everybody's saying. I guess I've talked to a lot of alumni and people in the community, and I guess the overall feedback is really, really positive. And in the beginning, I mentioned myself, there are a lot of unknowns that I had, and I think when we first announced it, the community and the alumni, there's a lot of unknowns for them too. But what I mentioned to Dr. Shipley a couple of days ago, I think the university has done an excellent job with their communication, answering a lot of those unknowns and making the public, the alumni, whoever it may be, but making them aware of what's really happening, and that has really reduced a lot of the fears. And I'm really optimistic, and I'm very positive on the steps we're going to make going forward. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Marks.
Well, I do just reiterate what Kevin had said. Our virtual town meeting went, I think, very well. Evidently, it was well received. We did ask about some of the feedback and some of the questions, and hopefully we responded to some of the questions that were of major concern. Overall, it has been more than positive. I think it's going to be a wonderful opportunity for us to become a member of Texas Tech. I do know that our memo of understanding really needs to be detailed, and I think that is a concern there. And I think part of our concerns that we may have and some of the non-negotiables can be placed in that memo of understanding.
Thank you. Regent Sweat.
I agree with everything that has been said. I felt very fortunate to be able to go to Angelo State and have very candid discussions with the folks there. And I think that that experience made reinforced in my mind that Midwestern, should it choose to go with tech, would not be transformed from the MSU that we all know and love. Listening to comments from people within the community, it's been very interesting, and there's such a sense of excitement, but there's also, it's been a great opportunity for folks to kind of be nostalgic and talk about MSU and how much it means to them, and their experiences at MSU when they were here. And some of the folks that I've visited with are of an older age group that didn't graduate in the past 10 years. And, and I just keep thinking sometimes that higher education has changed so much, and it is becoming so competitive. And I think that we just need to do the right thing for Midwestern to give them that same competitive edge and to move us forward and help us navigate through a higher ed environment that really didn't exist 20, 30, 40 years ago.
Thank you. Student Regent Wool.
Yeah, I like what Shelley said about how higher education is changing all the time. Day by day, it's constantly changing. And regarding the tech, Regent Marks mentioned really kind of keening on the MOU. And I just think it's a very interesting topic to explore because for students, I mean, there could be more routes towards grad schools and such like that. So I definitely think it's a awesome topic to keep exploring. So yeah.
Okay, Chairman Krosno, and unless someone has thought of something else, that's your feedback from the Regents.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Let me just I wanted to make a little bit of comment of my own. One is, I think it's been overwhelmingly positive from everyone, I think, so far. There's been a few negative things, but mainly it's been very positive. And I think a lot of the concerns that people have can be addressed in the MOU. And we'll do our best, I know Dr. Shipley will, to include things that are protective of all of our stakeholders in this process. The one thing that's come up in connection with the comments, particularly some of the comments today, is the question about the name. And if you will recall, one of the things that our group said going in, and that Nancy and I in our discussions around have made the point that was somewhat non-negotiable, is the question about the name. With people making comments that maybe having the tech name associated in a more broader fashion in the name would be very positive for the school. Is there how does the group feel about the name thing? Is that something that we should consider again, or give me some thoughts about that?
As a non-board member, may I say one thing? As somebody who got out there and did all these conversations, I think it's a great discussion to have. I would say, however, that if we inserted a name change now, it would disrupt the entire schedule and process. I think the reason we've gotten such positive responses is because the name wouldn't change, and the name change is a whole different discussion, but I would defer to the pleasure of the board.
Well, as we first started this process, that was one of the things that those people involved said was a non-negotiable, that we keep our name. And I think the faculty and everybody I've talked to, that is a very important issue. If it becomes something that we need to do 5 years from now, then there will probably be a change in tech's administration or something to move forward with that. And I would hope they would talk to us about it. But I think that that would be a wrong move for us to even think about changing the name.
I agree. I believe that that should be a non-negotiable in our memo of understanding.
I feel the same way. I think that if there is any concern out there, it's a loss of identity of things like that. Well, if we change the name, I think we really have that piled on. And as of now, the information I've been told and my position would be I would not be in favor of changing the name of the university.
Well, I think from the very beginning, we told the tech system people that that was a non-negotiable item for us. And so it's not something that, and they agreed with that. I don't think there's any problem at all from their standpoint with that. But given the fact that we've heard comments that maybe it would be more beneficial, I thought it was worth the discussion. So
And
take your points and we'll move on from that.
if I could say one more thing, I'm gratified by those comments about the name, because I think it shows that when you start nudging toward change, the early adapters go further out with the change, but they're often about 10 to 20% of your crowd who's out ahead. And I think one of the wonderful things that this discussion has allowed in the community is a willingness to talk about change. As one of the regents said, the love for MSU and the way they looked ahead was possible. So I don't mean to jump out and be a naysayer. I just think it might be too much change at once right now.
Is there any further comments from anybody else? Well, I sense the desire of the board would be to move forward to the next step in this process of trying to negotiate a memorandum of understanding. And unless there's somebody who feels differently about that, I would request that somebody make a motion that would allow us to do that. Debbie, if you got some proposed wording that you would like to allow somebody to put forward?
In that regard, this is Warren. I'd like to make a motion. In the light of the board's interest in expanding the dialogue with the Texas Tech University system regarding their invitation to MSU to consider joining the system, I move that the Board of Regents authorize President Shipley to enter into the process of negotiating a memorandum of understanding with the Texas Tech University system in conjunction with the board chairman, so that the Board of Regents can be fully informed by its August 6, 2020 meeting.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion about the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? The motion carries. President Shipley, we look forward to your continued work this summer in the MLU negotiation process. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item 20-99, appointment of nominating committee. Our bylaws require the election of a chair, vice chair, secretary, and member at large of the executive committee in August of even numbered years. I've not had an opportunity to visit with the people I'm going to ask to serve on the committee, but if anybody has problems with their appointments, I would ask them to talk to me about it. Given that, I would like to ask Regent Hessing, Regent Ayers, and Regent Okeke to serve on this committee, with Regent Hessing serving as chair. If there are no comments about that, the Board of Regents will now go into executive session to discuss items 20-100A, consultation with attorney, 20-100B, real property, and 20-78, 20-79, and 20-100D, personnel matters, to include faculty emeritus, tenure and promotion, consideration and appropriate action regarding the recommendation of Faculty Due Process Hearing Committee concerning termination of a tenured faculty member, as well as annual performance review of the president and chief audit executive. All as allowed by Texas Government Code sections 551.071, .072, and .074. No action will be taken in executive session, and following the executive session, we will reconvene in open session. The Regents, Dr. Shipley, Mr. Maka, Ms. Barra, and Dr. Johnson, please remain in our meeting room. Everyone else, please leave the virtual meeting room. Please stop the webcast.
Start the webcast.
Thank you, everyone. The closed session is complete. The only items discussed were the items announced and no votes were taken. Regent Marks, I believe you have motions for items 2078 and 2079.
Yes, sir. Item 20-78, Faculty Emeritus Status, Chairman Crosno. I move the following individuals be granted emeritus status upon their retirement from MSU. Dr. Philip Wilson, Associate Professor of Marketing, 70 years of service. Dr. Michelle Kitchen, Associate Professor of Counseling, 24 years of service. Mr. Richard Simpson, Assistant Professor of Community Science, 39 years of service.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I second. That was
All in
Shelley.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Please continue, Regent Marks.
Item 20-79, Faculty Promotion and Tenure, Chairman Crosno. I have asked Provost Johnston to read the names of the individuals recommended for promotion and tenure.
Thank you, Regent Marks. Granting tenure to the following individuals: Shi Cho, Management; Leah Gose, Art. Granting tenure and promotion from the rank of Assistant Professor to Associate Professor to the following individuals: Jennifer Anderson, Respiratory Care; Ben Atkins, Criminal Justice; Eduardo Colmenares, Computer Science; Pablo Garcia Fuentes, Economics; Marcos Lopez, Mathematics; Scott Manley, Management; Tui Nguyen, Management; Melissa Nivens, English; Morgan Page, Art; Jonathan Quam, Mass Communication; John Schulz, English. Granting promotion from Associate Professor to the following individuals: Betty Bowles, Nursing; Margaret Brown Marsden, Biology; Nathan Junn, Philosophy.
Chairman Crosno, I move approval of the granting of tenure and promotion of the individuals as presented.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Ms. Warren, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you, Regent Marks. Item 20-100D1, consideration of faculty due process hearing committee recommendation. Is there a motion related to this item? Regent Hesse.
Okay, I've unmuted you now, Sean, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Based upon the evidentiary matter record from the hearing held on April 3rd, 2020 by the Faculty Due Process Hearing Committee regarding the termination of N. Sugumaran Nayarian, PhD, for good cause due to neglect of his professional duties as a tenured faculty member at Midwestern State University, I move that the board sustain the Faculty Hearing Committee's unanimous findings of good cause for dismissal of Dr. Yarnan's tenure and the employment at Midwestern State University due to neglect of his professional duties, to wit: 1, Dr. Yarnan, failure to return a signed contract accepting the university's offer of employment for the 2019-2020 academic year by the time the first faculty reporting date, which was August 19th, 2019. Dr. Yarnan's failure to report for the first day of 2019-2020 academic year meetings, August 19th, 2019, without prior notification that he would not be present. 3, Dr. Nayarian's failure to be present on the first day of class, August 26, 2019, and failure to teach his fall 2019 teaching assignment in spite of being notified of his fall 2019 teaching assignments by the provost, January 16, 2019 and May 13, 2019. And 4, Dr. Yarnan's failure to submit a properly completed disclosure of outside employment form for academic years 2019 and 2020 at the time of request. I further move that the board determine that good cause exists to revoke Dr. Naryanan's tenure and terminate his employment, and vote to terminate his tenure and employment at Midwestern State University effective immediately, and that a copy of this order be transmitted to Dr. Naryanan and his counsel.
Thank you for Regent Hessing. Is there a second to his motion?
I second.
Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Regent Fidelli abstaining.
The motion carries. That concludes the regular business to come before the board today. Our next meeting will be Thursday, August the 6th. Thank you again for your participation in our meeting today. You're a wonderful board. We appreciate you. We are adjourned.